Does the jury have any questions for this one? Okay, seeing no response, thank you, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
The state calls Deviere Willette.
Deviere. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. You have a seat. Sir, can you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
Deviere Willette.
Can you spell that for us, sir?
DEVIERRE-WILLETTE.
Okay, sir, whenever you're ready, sir.
Deviere, how old are you?
29, sir.
I can sweep this up so you don't have what is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathan Willette?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Armintia Simmons.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Armintia split?
I was probably 9 years old.
When they split, you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never son.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Ball, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki.
Yes, sir.
And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with Dad or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Tree.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
No, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that?
I don't know.
Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places? Or can you remember that for me?
I moved out there.
Where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
27 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yoko at the Paladura address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I stepped one step too far ahead. When you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living in Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, Samantha.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California, and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that?
I moved back.
Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or
No, sir.
anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into the situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California at that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years?
I believe it was
Okay.
4 years after that.
And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
And we talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Paladura Drive.
Where did you move to?
Paladura Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida.
Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks.
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with them too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
Moving houses to setting back everything.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and you don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Paladura and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother, you mean?
The mother. Jesus, I said father. Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't go with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladura?
One second, Mr. Dunn. You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is, thank you so much. Your voice is just way soft. We're going to see if we can figure this. So can you just like say test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear him better now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Nobody can be that big content.
All right. I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devine, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devine, and Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Devine spelled Devin? D-E-V-Y-N?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back,
Probably 2020.
probably 2020?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguments back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times? What's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes and I had no business filling.
Whose shoes?
My father's.
Maybe just get a little bit closer to me. It's okay.
So I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and then attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I woke up and went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured, and
Okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him.
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half of what you know is true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay, once this trial is over?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the movie with them, and Nikki had told me that she's going to go help John move some things, and I said okay, so I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and after the movie was over, I put them down to bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into the pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I put the girls to sleep, and I myself was going to sleep because I was working next day.
You had work the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you
Yes.
remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes, sir.
When you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
And that would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I I remember waking up around 2 to her getting into bed, and since I had work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of it. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they were moving things around, I figured they were just working to the night to try to get it done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and went to it.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in the cities.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do you do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off of it.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away, and I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, before you started drinking, if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, lumber.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home, or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
You're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't,
No, sir.
at least to your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to give us any memory you have. But you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night that I found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, I'm sorry that this happened, and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact. No objection.
Okay, 631 will be a minute.
Permission to publish.
Yes, Commissioner.
Call from. An incarcerated individual has entered the detention sentence. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Hello? No. Can you hear me? Huh? Can you hear me? Yeah. Where did... What? What would you like to go to? That's so funny. They won't tell me anything. They're without you, and they're not very close. They're holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder, no motive, no nothing. They're holding me here to find it. I'm pretty sure that they started. What? You sound like you should have been released already. I have my call yet. I go to court tomorrow. Okay, well, I'm not doing this out for you. Okay. See you guys at the girls. They'll look in their folder. I already gave him fingerprints so we can go with him, and we might go with you right here.
Willis tomorrow?
I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have
Did you
absolutely,
ask what's going on?
yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of stock for cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking, right? Like, that's literally what they showed me.
If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it alone.
So, I hear you go to California.
I will respond on it because I'm supposed to leave. All you know about you says you're not leaving.
Oh, what
I
about?
don't care. And one of the articles about you, know what happened.
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you get released? I still don't know what's released. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have one. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it open. If not, then I have to do something with them. The current one is on the way to get close to those. Okay.
And people started taking really good news articles about me and have literally nothing.
Was so bad and points that you did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that you did it. Like I said, if you're on board and they release you, I still don't know what to leave and I can't be here.
Deviere, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what happened to my father and that she was involved.
At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked to me after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess before we get cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way concerning this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rewatch listed in news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case. You're going to go back on the record as 377-289, City of Nevada versus Devin Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present as an attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties take the witness for the purpose of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Dustin, are you ready?
Mr. Willette, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer to that microphone, thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
No, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct? I see.
Sir, if you just speak up for a moment.
You had testified today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff that was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
Listen, I work with my father.
I'm sorry, in this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I work with my father, so we bumped heads on all the things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house
No, sir.
on August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to be him, then I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just? And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You were talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and bumped over into the house for the girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him, and I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering the question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, you said, I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, mm-hmm, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
Yes, sir.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out, correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? Which you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered. What you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript. You agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that the detective was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't true, was it?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
I live in Vegas?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asked him, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir, that was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job was better than me.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money, fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years, fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel, yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking when I don't remember.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then,
Sir, I'm gonna have to have you to speak up. The jury's having a hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better?
if you could just please repeat your answer. I'm not trying to, you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday, and then you said, oh, actually, you know what? It's my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago and I was drinking very heavily for my father's death. Sorry about that.
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do, fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door, so I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
That's who it is?
his father.
Okay, you said your guy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say, he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel, this on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, no, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well, you know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, meaning the situation is a little different than hers. We're here to, you didn't do it, to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation?
When was this again?
I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? I mean, you're there being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect, and you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asked you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's, you know, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devin. You didn't really have a real marriage. And things aren't that bad with your dad, and you're basically being told, hey, it's good. You're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while, and the room's being recorded, and you say this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Sir, if you could just keep it in.
Oh, sorry.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was some discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to register them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's again a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified like you did initially today that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said, no, sir. There was never a discussion and you said, no, sir, but there were multiple discussions, correct?
So what I can remember, yes.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked there.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that you woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 17, 18.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up to her getting in bed, and I looked over at her and saw that she got in bed, and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from the home phone, correct? Well, she's with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimony is that you don't have a home phone. All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent a text and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the girls to sleep and I went to sleep myself.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving goods, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask you questions, correct? I mean, that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
You were asked how long you and Devin had been married, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devin, I'm sorry, page 35. Did you and Devin get married in the traditional sense? And you answered, yes, it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. so I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was it an intimate relationship that you were in with Devin at some point? And your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage it started to get intimate, correct?
Objection, it does not say that.
The context of the question, I've read it, it speaks for itself.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury can determine what the context is, you just need to read the verbatim. So that objection will be sustained.
And if I may just read then for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury?
Correct.
What page are you on?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35, by juror. How long have you and Devin been married? Answer, 3 years. Question. If I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devin get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer. But it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at the daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question. Okay. And I'm sorry to ask, was it an intimate relationship that you were in with Devin at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
You're getting more and more truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devin the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct? Your testimony that you don't remember marrying her on December 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these in stipulated? Thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone,
Where are you from?
from his phone.
Mr. Justice, can we just, are those stipulated too?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
Absolutely.
we just seen them. But
Okay.
I think we
You
do
have no
for,
objection to this fact?
correct. I think,
Okay, well, let's just make it.
Yes.
What are the?
Yeah, put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I think she didn't tell me what it is, so we put it on record.
Okay. L3.
It's L3?
Yeah, is that L3? Okay.
Okay, so L3, well, Mr. Justice, what's it, if the whole packet's being stipulated to, let's just erase the packet now, and you
Okay.
can show any ones you want.
Okay.
So L3 to what?
Hang on just a second. A3 to S3.
Okay, A3 to S3, the mental stipulation of prevention punishment law.
And in the interest of time, and since these will go back, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them.
I don't think so. Yeah, push
We could
the
please-
in the front.
Right here?
Yeah.
Remember that date?
I remember the day and the date.
Okay. But you do remember marrying her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember this?
Yes, sir.
And what exhibit was that?
This is exhibit K3. And we're going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, fair to say you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
It got weird, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff. Don't think you're coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything like that.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
In my time in Vegas, yeah.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defense Exhibit B3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Hometronics website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this is Defense Exhibit. Looks like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of security systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through V2 will be admitted.
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
Well, I would ask how we set the camera up, and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone and let me know what angles they got.
So you're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't.
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for, like, Defense Exhibit K2. And we've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
A ring camera?
All right. Showing you Defense Exhibit D2. You got the ladder up on this. This is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's also a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you need a sawzall. You cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it was just drywall.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw. That was another.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordani asked you, it's your testimony that you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023?
2023.
To go to work?
No, you left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devin, correct?
I don't remember.
You left that home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night that my father was murdered,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. I watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you've given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that you lie under oath if it fits you?
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic.
Okay.
So it's a little pleasant. But I will answer truthfully to what I do.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than the drug, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, sir. Thank you.
Can you read the rest of it?
Yes. Bear with me, Deviere, I just got some more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So, Mr. Draskich started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring you here, correct?
No, sir.
We flew you out and you came and you brought your girlfriend for support.
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird, so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional.
Absolutely. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, it's not the best look to do what you did.
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time.
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Draskevich made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement of counsel. This is about working the day before. Actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asked you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were at work, and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devin, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I didn't want anybody to talk about that. I tried to feel some truths that I shouldn't be doing.
Okay, so do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in the house.
Okay, did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife, she is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together, you had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, so once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail, fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it, you're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship, we can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the, when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Room address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
Okay.
I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
Okay, so, and bottom of page 8. I'm going to read verbatim. You are asked, about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And, period, I mean, period, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were gonna move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then, ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement?
Yes, sir.
Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement.
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was gonna move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house or move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Deviere. I pass it, Mr.
Any of the police officers, Director?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devin, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? Our opening statement, we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement, sir?
You don't know what an opening statement is or the opening statement?
I don't record all that.
I see. So she's on trial, you're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I seen a YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You know, you received a couple of texts from your father. 10/24/2022. You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one. A moment after that, devil shit, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. That question was clear. It's whether it's his answer, I think, is misleading. So.
Mr. Giordani's objection, Mr. Giordani's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordani, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask the clarifying question.
Okay, so the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir. I'm sorry. The video that I witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier
Okay.
this year.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskevich said yesterday or the day before? Because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
Sure, capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having the sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk to him.
To the prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Deviere. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Deviere.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day
It's okay.
with Deviere. You spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devin Michaels. Going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to clarify. So everyone understands. You testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something
Oh,
like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my
Okay.
question. So that was
Okay.
okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship, from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr.
No,
Justice?
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response. Sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
You can amend it.
Counsel could approach.
So that was the son of Jonathan, married to this crazy woman, Michaels, that has aliases. Well, she's a film star. She's an actress. She's a hostess. She's an actress. She's some kind of star. You know what I mean? I don't know if she's a porn star or what the hell she was doing, adult things, you know. They were together with Jonathan, Michaels and Jonathan together, had 2 children, 2 girls, I guess. And he starts having a relationship with her. You know, she lies a lot. So, and she kind of wants to trap the son. They have a relationship, a sexual relationship. He moves to California, like he said. And then she turns around and says, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. And if you don't come back, I'm going to get abortion or something. He comes back, but she was never pregnant. And then he comes back and she's got an abortion. But no paperwork, no proof of that, just her word. And her word is, not trustworthy. He's naive. He drinks a lot, okay? He was drinking back then, like he said. Maybe not so much now, but he was back then and he was a few years ago drinking. So she traps him. Also, she probably threatens him. Hey, I'm going to tell your father. Well, anyway, they get married, and it was meant to be for purposes of insurance, health insurance, those kind of things. And that's what they told Jonathan, that it was just arranged marriage. She also said there's not a relationship. They're not in a sexual relationship or anything like that. But, they were sleeping together since he was 19. He's 29 now. He's still married at this time to her and wants a divorce. I don't know what's stopping him. I mean, it's a couple of years ago. You ain't got divorced yet. Okay. But anyway, so then she has confessed. She has confessed. She hit him with a stick until he didn't move anymore, kind of thing. And threw his head in the trash. The head has never been found, they say. So, so now, they're planning on getting back together. His father, Jonathan, they're getting back together, and he's got to move out. So she did a guilty plea and was going to be sentenced. And while that was going on, she had a breakdown and said that she was coerced. She was saying they were telling her this is the best thing. Admit your guilt. And, you'll get 15 years and be out to live the rest of your life. But she started going off in court, and the state said, let's go to trial. And she agreed. And then her lawyer said, I'm out. And and that's why she's ending up with these 2 defense lawyers. And those 2 defense lawyers were in another Nevada case not so long ago. Mayor, the crazy man that was convicted in the end of the murder of that journalist, who, by the way, was from Wisconsin, the Milwaukee area. And so that's a little bit of history. So the defense is trying to pin his involvement in the death of his father. Because what else do they have? She's already confessed, admitted to a lot of stuff. So, which probably the jury don't even know about or not meant to know about. So, we know she lies a lot. So, that's why they were asking him, you got out, you weren't in bed, you left that house, didn't you? And all that. Yeah, they're trying to pin the murder on him. You know, he was interviewed and questioned. He did lie in the indictment. He has lied. So is he lying now? Well, the death of his father, I guess they did eliminate him of having any involvement. But that's not stopping them from trying to put that in the heads of the jury. So court has started today, and on the stand today on day 3 is, I guess, the grandfather. The grandfather, they are, I think they're Chinese or something, native. They're from another country, and their English is not very good. So let's get back to the live court that's happening today. But first I gotta find it. So very interesting. Web of lies. Well, what do you think? Is she gonna get away with it? Oh, she can't get away with it because, you know, she did it. So allegedly, uh, you know how it goes. Innocent. Innocent until proven guilty. Oh my God. You know, with all the women in the world and all the men in the world, I mean, you have to pick your father's girlfriend, mother of his 2 children, and the 2 children are your half sisters. They were never married, Jonathan. So they are his half sisters. And kind of like she was the stepmother. But they weren't married, so I guess technically she's not the stepmother. But she is the mother of his 2 sisters. So, you know, whew, see that you shouldn't get entangled with this. People out there, you know. So I'm not really sure how the father believed anything that was going on. Come on now. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So this might be a little This is going to be a little hard to follow because the parents don't have very good English and they have interpreters. So this is going to be work. Okay. Okay, let's just move this up. Oh, God, it's so slow. Let's get to something. Okay, there we go.
You ask him for your name, stand, please, and right hand, the person swear. Hold on, just one second.
Like that he's being assisted by a court interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Awamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us? Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
N-K-U-Y-A. That's first name. My last name is I-W-A-M-O-T-O.
Okay. And so we're going to swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in.
Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant/plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
That's to the witness. Okay? All right, and so
Japanese,
now we're going
not
to swear him in.
Chinese.
You can ask him to please raise his right hand.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Now I have to do things to
Masao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, M-A-S-A-O, last name, Y-O-S-H-I-D-A.
Hey, can you just... Okay. All right. And Mr. Turner, can you just make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light? Okay. Okay. State whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay?
ここに向かって話してください。ここに向かって話して皆さんに聞こえますけど。
わかりました。
How old are you, sir?
何歳ですか
はい。
何歳ですか
78歳です。
78?
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは286段のパラドラドライブですか
はい、その通りです。
Yes.
Who do you live there with?
どなたと一緒に住まれてますか
ヨコさんと一緒に住んでいます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend.
So,
はい。
yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんどのくらい知られてますか
26、7年ですね。
About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとそういう関係がどれくらいですか
10年ぐらいで、10年ちょっと前、10年ぐら
About
い。
10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所に一緒に住まれてますか
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th of 2023.
8月6日の2023年の件についてお伺いします。
Who were you living with at that address?
その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたかその時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか
ヨコさんと住んでました。
with Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどなたかと住んでましたか
ジョン、
with John.
And who was John?
ジョンさんって誰ですか
あ
ジョンさんって誰ですか
ヨコさんの息子ですね。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のリビングルームにして使っていますか
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでいましたね、彼は。
That is correct.
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
そしてあなたとヨコさんは2階の
2階の
That's correct.
Okay. So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年にニッキーという人を知ってますか
知らないです。意味も知らない。
8月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか2023年
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーっていう方はどういう関係なんですか？
全く何もないです。
I don't know.
よこさんの息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that
じゃ
she's
ないかな。わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko-san
Of John.
or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
Two girls.
二人の子供。
Two
Two girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その二人以外に。
もう一人最初の、奥さんといましたね。デビエラという子で。
Deviere, probably that the son or children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て、住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと、私はそういうことを言いました。前にね。それだけです。
ジョンさんカリフォルニアに来て。
ヨコさんからそれを聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question. It's not the...
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供だったんですか？
最初の奥さんがいたみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それはヨコさんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Deviere, correct?
Deviere という方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日、2023年にそのニッキーさんとそのお家にいて会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか、その日に。
犬を散歩連れてったんで、帰ってきたら車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうで
Yes.
す。
And then on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜、ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども、あんた。
もう散歩から帰ってきて、2階に行って、テレビ見て、もう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home, and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いや、ジョンのです。
Belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持ってこられたんですか？話が
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、陽子さんが私を起こしに来て、下に来てくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping, but she came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911、911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね。これはもう死んでるって思って、911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それでいろんな人がたくさん、警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car?
何時に
The day before.
その8月3日にニッキさん
降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、ちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日に、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから
8月6日
彼女は 10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか。6日っていうのは事件の日ですか、夜ですか。
You're
No, no.
asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の日です。
事件の夜ですか。
私は何時に彼女の車を見たんですか。
8時ぐらいじゃないですか、夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Deviere that night?
デビエラさんをこの、時見たんですか。
デビューは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Deviere the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビューは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね、デビューは。
デビエラ、him. I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなっているのに気がつきましたか。
誰が。
あなたが。
ジョンは。
Let me clarify the question. You asked him whether he noticed that his knife was.
Yes.
あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ライフ。
ナイフ、ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフがなくなった
To
の
cut food.
そう、ナイフ。
ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのがチャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前のように使ってたのは、朝そこに手ら焦がしてるところにナイフ。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフが見つかりましたか。No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Deviere lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Deviere lived in the house?
ヨコさんと住み始めて、でそのディビエラはその頻繁にうちに来ましたか。
いやいなかったですよ。そして何年前からで覚えてないんですけど、ジョンがこっちに来てラスベガスに来たいと、それでOK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
Deviere didn't come. Only John asked Yoko he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Deviere lived in the house with you and your girlfriend.
その時彼とそれから彼女がね一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか。ディビエラとが一緒になんか住んでた。
知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember, or you?
その思い出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか。
知らないです。
I don't know.
Okay. On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Jonathan moving out.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Jonathan moving out.
この8月6日この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか。Is your question move out?
Yes, I'll just make it real simple. Was Jonathan moving out of the house?
そのジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか。
引っ越すというんで、引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう何も分かんない。
I've heard only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Jonathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Jonathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでる時に、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金がいる時に貸したりしましたか。
私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Jonathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたってことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol? And maybe were you ever part of a discussion where Jonathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
なんかこう話の中で彼がお金を使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか。
全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend Jonathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions of this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。
You want to stay for me?
Statement, call your next witness.
Yoko Willette.
Yes, please.
I'm going to ask you for your name and standing. Can you let her know that she's been sworn?
立って宣誓しますので、それで
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. So we swear in the interpreter.
最初私やります。
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
これではヨコさん。
I got it.
To the witness.
The witness, excuse me. Okay, I apologize.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. If you
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけこと誓いますか？
the whole truth, and nothing but
す
the
べて
truth,
すべて真実だけ
so help you God.
やりますか？ Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを教えてください。
はい、
Mr.
よ
Interpreter, do you need to move those chairs? So we actually need you sitting the closest to the microphone because we need to hear you.
あ、
So if you want to have a seat, I know you have to stay in the room. So we need a chair so you can have a seat.
名前、
これに向かってください。
私も言うの。はい。
名前
State her name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
ヨーコ・ウィレット。
Can you spell it for us?
YOKO WILLETTE
Thank you.
Yoko, you and I have met many times before, correct?
今まで何度か会いましたね。
はい
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話すとき常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい
Yes.
You asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい。
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問は分かると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますので、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい。
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらいですか
29年。
？29 years.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2.
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
あジョナサン・ウィレット。ジョナサンとケネス・ウィレット。
Jonathan Willette and Kenneth Willette.
Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日その父親来られてますか？
わかんない。あ、そうそう、来てます、来てます。
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか
2012年 ?2012 年
2012.
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？ That's correct.
Did your sons stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスは高校出て、That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナさんはそのうちに来たり出てったりそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか？
?46 歳。
46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナさん何年子供ですか？ 3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets.
そう。
What were his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい。一番最初デビエラ。
First is Deviere.
2番目が玉屋。
Second is Tamaya. か？
ジャネア。
Third is Janea.
Who is Deviere's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰だった
ア
んで
メンティア。
すか？アメンティア。
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのは
Only
いつですか？
if you know. Only if you know.
もし知ってれば。いつ何年にスプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない。
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Deviere lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね。
when he was small.
Okay. Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間で、ちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間、ジョンに、限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janea?
ニ
じゃあ、メイとタネアのお母様は誰ですか？
ッキー。
ニキ。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニキはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？ No.
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット別れたのはいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい。
別れた。
別れたことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
応援
If you don't, that's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、玉屋が2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old.
Okay.
About 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後、ジョンがそのパラデラに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後、ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラのホームに戻ってきたということですね。
はい。
That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in your
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間が分かりますか？
2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニキの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所は知ってますか？
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋がありました。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
で、ジョンは
下の。
downstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
そう
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many
その
occasions?
時にジョンが子供たちといろいろこう、話し合ったり子供そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子供それから愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作って、Yes.
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼の部屋をきれいにしたり、
そうですね。
That's correct.
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023, or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki?
2023年の夏にこの子供たちがニッキーと一緒に
はい
過ごした
学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
After the school.
After school in 2023.
Yes.
So for the summer?
夏ですね。夏の休みです。
旅行行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後ジョンが自分の家から出ていたことを知りましたか？ Yes.
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は続いてますか？ Yes.
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニキのうち。
Move to Nikki's house.
Okay. Where the girls were?
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？Yes.
I should have asked this, I apologize. while the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでる時に、ニッキーが来た時は、そのスーパーバイズ、監視されて来たということを知ってましたか？
まあ、ジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでる時に、ニッキーはかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Deviere were married?
その時ニッキーと息子が、デビエレと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
じゃあ8月6日のニュースについて、焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってますね。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃、ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけど、スペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Okay. Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんですか？ That's correct.
around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？ That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving
Okay.
van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけして、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で、来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？
はい。
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で車は見なかったんですね。No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来たと彼はどういう行動を取りましたか
8時頃に2人で出てきました。
？Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時どちらの車で？
トラック。
Truck. By truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこにうちにいる時に誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
いなかった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to you?
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか
10時頃。
？Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たち
いませ
はどこに
ん。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってきた時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだったんですか？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought that she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドってか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後数時間起きてましたか？ That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に置いたんですね。
はい
That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きな喧嘩してるとかそういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞けません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんかこととか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No。
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で、1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見て、もういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。
はい。
Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予知したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
？He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will, get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかっていう。
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜかわかりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings to left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
そ
correct?
の下の部屋にたくさんの彼のそれがたくさん残ってますか？
まだ残ってました。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happens?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見えましたか？ニッキーがその
なんか
時。
びっくりしたような感じ。
She was she feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
そうそうそう。
That's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her or
その時
anything
に
else?
彼が血がついてるとかなんかこう様子は分からなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時だからあなたは見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her? Like what happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and she washed, cleaned.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san washed.
Yoko-san.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？ That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてたんですね。
はい、
Yes.
ついてました。
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが来て彼女が言ったんですね。Yes, she voluntarily told her.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And when he drank a lot.
飲む時はたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでました。
I don't know how much is but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にそのニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてそういうものを持ってくるっていうのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？
思わなかった。
I didn't think
So not really strange to you at that.
その時も別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
そのニッキーとのそういうその遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15 minutes?
15分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしましたか？
お皿2回ぐらい持ってきたんで。
She brought dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気がついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してジョンと一緒に上に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋に行った人はいましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がって、その後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたっていうか本読んでて、本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading the books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
で、その時はしません。
At that time, no.
Okay. At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後、音を聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、で、それから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音を聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
1:15?
After
1時15分に上がったんですよ。
に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に音が聞こえた。大きな。
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking
庭で。
in the garden, and then other strange noise was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
At 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay, so are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時
なんか
頃だから。
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
While she was sleeping, around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
そ
2
の時
o'clock?
の音は何ですか？
ドスンと音。結構大きなドスンと音。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
Something like something dropped from the like shelves or some strange noise.
Okay, was it like a bang?
バン見てそういう感じ。
Something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too,
犬の鳴き声も聞こえたんですよ。Yes.
and the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
バックヤードでしょ。
そうそう
Yes,
バックヤード。
バックヤード。
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか？ Yes.
How many dogs did he have?
何匹いたんですか？
その時子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と成犬ね、それとパピーが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。
はい
Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それからこの犬は普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの4匹の犬が外に出てるというのはちょっとおかしい
不
と。
思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるというのはもうノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
Okay. When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後何が起きたかと思って
寝ちゃった
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で朝何時に起きた？
8時。
8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に
Went downstairs.
キッチン。
Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか？
階段降りてきたらジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だからあれおかしいなと思って。
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I feel something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時はもうジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか
ジョンに？電話しました。
She called John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか？
答え
No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか？
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時は。
その時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話して、またもう一回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降りた。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何しましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2階行ったのかな。
I looked around the John's room and I couldn't see him. And then 2階と went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, and so she went down again.
Okay, describe what happened next.
それと
そしたら、 犬がドギードアが出てて庭にいて、でそれ見たら椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あとガレージが開いてた少し。
When he went downstairs, he saw dogs.
She
She saw the dogs still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was fell down, and
ガレージと
the garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room
ジョンの部屋に帰って、Yes, ジョンの部屋に帰ったんですね。
はい、
and you saw the doggy door was down?
Yes.
そうそう。
そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋
overturned.
のコンピューターの椅子が倒れてたんですね。That's correct.
And you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったんで
です
か
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアがオ
ープンしてたね。
Yes.
That was partially open?
それは部分的に
開いてま
Yes.
した。
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガラージが全部見えたんですか
見えた。
He could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガラージドアもオープンだった。
そう。
That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガラージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろんな持ってるんですね。
よく知らないであると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
違う。ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子をこう起こしたんですか
はい
Yes.
And then what did you do?
で、ジョンのベッド、もしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。それでこうちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom, and he was wrapped by the blanket, and then but she could see that the part of the she just opened that blanket and then could see that the part of that feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方、ちょっとこう、頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたら、たくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って、911。
She tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then before that, she saw many bloods.
Many blood?
Many bloods, and then so she
Went back.
went back upstairs and then called
911。
911.
Okay. All right. And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I don't plan to play it either. So then I won't go. No objection.
One will be a minute.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか？ Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました。Yes.
はい
And did they search the house for a long, several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか？
はい
Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなってるのに気がつきましたか？ Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness charge.
ありがとうございました。
Yes.
今度この人が質問するね。
そうそう。
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break in about 15 minutes, sir?
About, yeah. Give you time.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
ありがとうございます。
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクさん。
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですね。ネバー。
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことをちょっと明確にしたいですけども、
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May
ガールが離れて、そしてニッキと住んでたと。
はい
correct?
そうですね。
はいはい
Yes.
You said it was at the end of school,
学校終わってから。
ところですね。After the school.
and if I told you that was May 27th of
5月
2023,
27
do you have any reason to disagree with me?
5月27日。
日にちは覚えてないけど、学校が終わってから、
He didn't remember the actual date, but after
Before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏の間ずっとニッキと住んでたんですね。That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time,
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか？
そうです。
That's correct.
and it was understood he was moving out August 1st or August 7th. I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに。
7日、8月7日に動くって知ってました。
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Jonathan was moving out. in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼
this
女が
weekend?
彼を釣るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか？
誰と
ジョンと。
ジョンと私と、まあ動くって聞きました。
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
その間にそのチェックしてる間に警察がヨコさんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたっていうのを知ってましたか？
知らない。
I didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
What?
で、テキストを
She'll tell you.
私の電話を全部チェックして、私のテキストを見ててっていうの知ってましたかって言うから、知らないよ。
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Deviere lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
デビエラは2、3年一緒に行ったと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or
When he was 21 on,
1年ぐらいじゃない
about 1 year?
I think 1, 2,
so
not
if he had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
3 years はいなかったと思う。
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Jonathan was moving out, correct? You
その
saw
中に
him.
出てったのは知ってるんですね。
He and Nick
Yes.
moving things. And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか？
8月5日に何を
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日には、I don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible that you just don't remember right now?
まあ、
それは知らない。
I don't know.
覚えてない。
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのを覚えてませんか？彼が8月5日。
ああ、なんかに来たような気がする。
It might be so. I think.
Okay. After you find Jonathan, you call the police, and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナサンが電話して、警察電話して警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんない。ジョンを見つけたとき警察が来た。
そうですよね。
はい。
Yes, that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, was that it? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a pretty long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディテクティブの大沢さんとスキナさんと長い間調査だったと話しました。Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか？ That's correct.
And they asked you questions.
いろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
And you'll agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you're wanting to give them the best information as possible, correct? During this interview, you're wanting to give them the best information
その
possible.
時に質問されたら求めた一番の正直です。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible.
非常に真実を語ったんです。That's correct.
And you're as detailed as possible.
でいろんな詳細についても覚えてる限りか。Yes.
Obviously, the events that you talk to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人と話したことを覚えてフレッシュに覚えてますね。
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとよく覚えてたわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけど、よく覚えてます。
Still, I remember it pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified, I mean, don't hold me to this, Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far, correct?
40分間証言してる。
そんな知ってます？
Give or take, I mean, we're all here, but this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
10時43分に始まって11時8分 today
When they interviewed you
最初のインタビュー。
the morning of.
だけど、時計今10時10分になってる。
She said that clock is still 10:10.
Okay, so you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう時間に対してはYes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常に正確
なぜ
です。
かというと、その日は8時とか10時とか時計見てるから。
Because on that day I was frequently watching that clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が自分のことについて。
いつも
That's every day.
Every day.
It's not only
Thank you
that
for
day.
getting that.
It's my usual character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからない
その
それ。
インタビューの話した内容を全部内容を まあ、裁判所に出されましたよね。
まあ、話はしてますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper about that.
Okay, but it was provided to you, was my question. It was provided, the transcript of your interview, it was provided to you.
その
I'm clarifying
そ
what
の
you
その
said.
そのトランスクリプトの自分が答えた内容について、そのペーパーをもらいましたか？
もらってないです。
No, I didn't see.
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Never seen.
You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大シーンにこの
前にね。
出てたんですね。Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
今年21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
So,
I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちを言いましたけど、覚えてない理由とかなんかあります
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was in grand jury.
Okay. And this, now turning, so there's two. Turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
はい。
It was in English,
英語ですね。Yes.
and you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんと、それ、Yes.
はい。
You had told the detective in that interview that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時に、その犬が鳴いたのは3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、
I don't think I said 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だと思う。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないと思う。
And ma'am, I'm going to read your statement.
言ったことを
Counsel, page 3, line 62. Then this morning, then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですって。
で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
You're very conscientious at time, and obviously this is close to the
非常に
next
時間に対し
question,
て
correct?
貴重な面の利用だということ。
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dogs barking, and that was unusual, correct?
3時だから非常にunusual だと
でも
思って。
3時とは覚えてない。でも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼がニッキーが家を出たということを知りましたか？
私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking. Fair?
だから
I just read it to you.
今、そう言われても、その日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど、覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど、時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock or I might say that, but it's not
Okay.
clear.
That's right, ね、その後、すぐ後だったから、殺された後だったから、
だから違う。
よくわからない。
Right after what had happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にこうポンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それを今日言われたのは新しい作品なんですけど。
覚えてだけど、それはほら殺されてすぐのことだったから動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood. And that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
今日のね、証言初めてですもんね。Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で、音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。ただちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agree now that it's still 3 o'clock on two separate occasions.
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or.
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, were the dogs barking in the yard? And you agree, correct?
3時に犬が言ったと、泣いたと言ってますけど、それに
で3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? Dogs barking at 3 a.m.
まあ3時に、
2時とか3時
2時とか3時ととにかく unusual ですね。
Unusual.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on 2 prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
3時にその最初のインタビューと買収の時に3時だということをまあ
言ったけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
まあその時にその、まあ、検察側が3時に来たという言ったはずですけども、覚えてるんです
そういや3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I never been told that the 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you'll agree with me on both instances when you talked about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
とにかく犬が聞こえてるのは unusual. Yes, I agree.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その実際に置いた時にニッキーがその人に驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
8月7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういうこと言わなかった。
驚いたかあったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかはわからな
I
い。
don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yeah, you said that you spoke. The point I'm making is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the
驚
police.
いたということを言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way though.
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もそのニッキー驚いてる見た時に言わなかったんじゃないですかと。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
8月7日に3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたと言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about. I'm sorry. Did you'll agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですか？ Yes.
Didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You didn't talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラック見た時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だからいないと思ってたのにトラックあったからおかしいなと思いま
When
し
I saw that his truck, usually not there, I was,
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed with that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察のあれでは、その時にそのトラックがいなかったって驚いたとは言わなかったと。
た。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時に、その子供はニッキーの力で学校に来てくるとしてたの。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
だからそう言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11 of the voluntary statement, lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down. So messy downstairs. Man, those were your words.
チェアがこうやってメスだったって言ったと。
メスって言ったかもしれない。もう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, let me ask you this. May I approach the witness? Show me page 11.
このトランスクリプトにしてです。
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy downstairs. Pick up a chair and hit it. なんだかわからない。覚えてないそれは。
I don't remember.
メスってのは何だっけ？
Do you agree with me? Your memory was far better the morning, August 7th, than it would be now, correct?
8月7日ですね。の一応トランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。なんか覚えてない、それは。
I might, so that might, that the room was very dirty,
Maybe.
and then let's say messy.
And your words, man, I'm not putting words in your mouth, your words that 2 chairs were upside down, correct?
二つのチェアが壊れてる。
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない、2年前のことで。
Since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember the 1 chair was fell down.
Okay, so now you remember the 1 chair, but at the time you said 2, correct?
コレクトかどうかっていうか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前の
remember
こと。
2 years ago.
Fair to say that there appear to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかこう戦ってる様子とか、なんかこう揉めてる様子とかその見るの。
っていうか、椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど、椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
At this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but 2 chairs. You said 2 chairs, correct?
2つのチェア。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
1つは絶対に覚えてる。
1 chair, surely I remember.
But you read here and it says 2 chairs, and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてない。
I don't remember 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up. Which room were the chairs overturned in? Again, plural. You said in the same room, Jonathan's
そ
room,
の
the family
そう
room.
同じ部屋で2つのチェアがパッと倒れた時にポリポリした
2つかな。2つかな。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You said he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあ、でもそういうのは結局、まあ
まあ、持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct?
What?
At this point in time, when you give the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、
ああ、
その孫の年は。
知ってますよ。
Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時、今13歳だから、そう23年、2年前、9と7歳、と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについて、まず追加質問があります。
During this weekend, that Jonathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時に2
correct?
人が話して子供を育てると出てて、っていうのを話したというのはご存知ですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そして元によりを戻すという話してますね。Yes.
That it was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時非常に彼らは幸せそうな人だった。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
で、もう喜んで出てきた。
He was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. Fair? I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
これに至った経緯はその前から出してたんですね。Yes.
Let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the stairs.
それは
1時に降りたってことはポリスに言われましたね。
はい。
Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、まあ、降りて皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキーがお皿持ってきたから洗いました。
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Jonathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンはまあ食べた後そのものをまあそのクリーンアップしないというのを。
しない。
Yes.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these things questions will be based on things that you have either
そ
said
の
or
辺の
texted.
彼の
Okay.
出世についていろいろ説明したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたか？
覚えてない、それは。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる。
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Jonathan, correct?
I beg your pardon.
I said you were washing dishes, she was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Jonathan was kind of messy, correct?
まあそのお皿を洗いますと。で、ジョナサンがそのアルコールのボトルとかね、持ってきてその彼の部屋はそのメッシーだったということで。
いつもメッセージだ。
Yes.
Yes. And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ニッキーがあなたにそのもう彼はもうアルコール中だと言いましたか？
じゃなくて、ニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました。
Nikki told her that on that day he went to bed because he was drunken.
Yes. And ma'am, I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told me that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクとか寝てるって言いました。
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand and she was cleaning up.
前
The alcohol bottle 持ってきました。
全然覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police, page 20, Jonathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですね、カラビンをあの辺にこう打ったりとか残したりとかしてましたか。
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてる。
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
だから3時は覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Counsel, I'm referring
3
to
時か
page
どうかはわから
24.
ない。
And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
だからコレクトじゃなくて、でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない、知らない。
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけど、その頃と思ったかもしれないけど覚えてない。
答えなきゃいけないか。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Jonathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女と会った時に、
そう言った。
Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it? Based
それ
upon
は
your
彼女の
15-minute
心
conversation.
配だと思う。
彼女は私に、飲んでるから運転させたくないから朝5時に彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言ったの。
She said that she didn't want him to drive while drink, and then she also said he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. But this issue with Jonathan drinking and driving had been an ongoing issue and a family concern, wasn't it?
彼がそのアル中なのは家族の中でもやっぱりちょっと問題でいろいろ。
違う。とにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからって言ったらそれだけ。
She said that she doesn't want him to drive while on drinking.
And you'd agree with me the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
まあその時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、まあ真ん中でもそのキーを取って、そういうふうにするのがまあそのまあ普通じゃない。
違うと思います。
I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
4 years.
For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何でもないです。その息子にもう酒飲むなとか言ってテキストしてたんですか。
っていうかお酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいい、お金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました。
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's not a good idea. That's she sent a text to him.
For years, was my question then.
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました。運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとか。
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger on the road.
っていうか私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました。
I was teaching him, don't take alcohol, don't take drug. Educate him not to do that.
そうだから子供にみんな教えるでしょ。親はドラッグはするな、アルコールするな、そういうふうに教えてました。
So that's kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive while drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're going to address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're going to go through some timelines and things, ma'am, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
いろいろまだ見せますけども、彼のドリンクが通常だと思われるかどうか、彼のね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょ。ただたくさん飲むのは良くないと思います。
I think it's normal to drink, but not too much. Not over drink is not good.
You sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct? And drugs.
2018年にその 飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。赤ホールしたら運転す
I
る
don't
な。
know a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive when you drink.
July 18th, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up. You'll lose things. I'm sure you're drinking and you'll
2018
this
年のそう
hour.
いうテキストを彼に送ってるんですね。
That was sent at 11:16
でも普
p.m.
通教えませんか？ないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug, so I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing. And these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the
まあ
purpose
それ
of
は非
this
常に重要
trial.
なことでござい
I
ます
would
ね。
object at this point, Judge. She has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. There's no need to go through that. Relevance, cumulative.
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years, up until the
何
time
年
of the
間もそう
event,
いうふう
I
に
can
テキストを
stop
送って、
asking.
そういうことを注意をしてきた。
What I would agree is that in 2018, she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
In 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じのを送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020年
concerns.
も同じような内容で送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年はたくさんのテキストを送られまし
2022, many texts, the
た。
very same
2022年
things.
もそうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですよね。
多分
Yes.
テキストしてま
I
す。
think so.
In 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月の
はい
Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの
about
時
involving your son.
そう持ってきた、ジョンの部屋から。
ニッキーがですね。
そう鍵を持ってきました。
Nikki brought a key from John's house.
John's
John's
room.
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the dogs barking at 3 a.m. in this interview, correct?
3時に行って泣いてた。
いや、それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Jonathan doesn't get along with his son, Deviere, correct?
ジョナサンはそのいろいろとうまくいかなかったって言って。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police that Deviere had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時デビューはそのガールフレンドがいて30の。Would you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Deviere had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
デビューはガールフレンドがいてその時彼女は30だって言って。
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話した時にキッチンで1時過ぎに私がデビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったらニッキーがデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったんです。その時に8月7日の1時過ぎにキッチンで彼女と話してる時にデビエラがいるけど、ジョンが言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら彼女がデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったの。
She told her that around 1 o'clock when they talked to each other, that she has a girlfriend.
Okay. I'm talking about Deviere.
She asked them,
だからね。
I don't think she understands the question. Ma'am, did you know if Deviere had a girlfriend who was 30?
30歳。
Can I speak English?
Please.
Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, "Is John okay to go your house? Because Deviere is there." And she said, "Deviere has a girlfriend." That time she told me. So Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. So sorry about
Hey, ma'am, you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
that. Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You could just, they asked you about Deviere, and Deviere said, oh, he has a girlfriend, correct? So this idea that she told you,
She
this is
told me.
something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time. Is that right?
初めてね。
初めて言ったかもしれないけど2年前のことそんな覚えてない。でそれはほら あの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Deviere used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか。
That's what you said.
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then next statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying, correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰が？
その Who was he?
Deviere.
デビエラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてました。
Deviere went out a long time before.
Yes, if I may approach the witness. Sure. And I'm referring to page 34 of the statement.
どこ？
Here?
Yes.
Deviere used to live in my house.
Move to Nikki. That's why. You had a girlfriend.
And then
She's 30ってここら辺覚えてね、そう言ったとか思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, or this statement.
Do you agree with me? You said that Deviere
You
was his
30なんて言ったことない。
girlfriend, and then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってないって言ったんですか？ニッキーのハウスに移ると言ってないって言ったんですか？
言ってないよ。彼はただ誰かがガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけで知らない。When he moved 知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
知らない
Just so we're clear, I'm
I
just
don't
going to
remember.
read your statement. Just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week. That's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと
The 23, August 7th, 23?
Correct.
のもうデビエラはいなかった。
At that time, Deviere was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのは、ジョンがムーブアウト、オーガスト7。デビエラ
John moved out August 7th, and Deviere
デビエラはもうロングタイムアゴ
so
にもう
Deviere
ム
moved
ー
out
ブ
a
ダウン
long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Deviere told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。
Deviere-
じゃない。
It's not correct.
何なんですかわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビエラはもうとっくに20年ぐらいにはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Deviere moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなって、その後直後にインタビューが来たんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for you.
非常にもう自分的に very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんです
家
か？
の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
その
interview?
時に日本人の通訳が来ましたか？
い
No.
ません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、それ答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審で示しましたのを覚えてますか？ Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
その
ねね
時通訳
いましたいました
Yes. She had an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
あの女の人。
Yes.
and you obviously have one here today.
Yes. そう思いますね。Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その聞かれた時に全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時に犬がどうの吠えたっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあ、自分の記憶から今こう証言してるんですね。
はい
That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その今見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない
Never saw that, never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。
はい
Yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ、起きたと
だから
いうことは
私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で3時って言われたけど、時間は覚えてな
I
いけど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate, and let me ask you about the dogs.
で、犬についてね。
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は1回だけ超えて、そうなくて、もう続き
ちょ
どんどん。
っと泣いてた。
For a while.
I'm going to allow a limited reading for the purposes of the language barrier at this point.
For a while,
The dogs barked for a while?
yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれを泣いたの聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
そして8時に降りてきた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
いなかった外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2
think.
時から8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on just one second, ma'am, don't answer my question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dog was good or barked for that experience.
Sure. I'll just ask me, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回も泣い
一
たから。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. Mr. the attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら2人が喜んでその出て行こうとしてるのは覚えてますか？Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何を考えているかとさっぱり分からなかったですね
それは。知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかってことは分からないですね。
分からない
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージ聞けますよね。
John was 46 when he was killed,
ジョン46歳で亡くなりましたね。
and he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその時亡くなったから彼は46歳のままの子供ですね。
そう
That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時もとにかくその正しい方向に行くようにいろんなコーチングしてたんです
はい
ね。Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass it over.
Read across.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock, you were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから
3
覚えて
時に起きて
ない。
5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日2時と言ってるんですね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around
思
2
う
o'clock,
思う。I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランジ
そういう2年前のことが覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったか
That
もし
was
れ
2
ないけ
years
ど
ago.、I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but my question is, before the grand jury, September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
その時
だけど覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
で、それはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う、2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, and then this grand jury, and we discussed this was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーとは9月21日
でその日にちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from an interview or the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、その、could you rephrase?
Yes, did you listen to a recording of your interview before
その
today?
時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを聞いてま
聞いてない。
No.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statements? Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. いいのね。
Okay, we're gonna take a brief recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or
Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Nicole Mariam, NICOLE MARIAM.
state whenever you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, still morning. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. What is your position?
I am a crime scene analyst too at the Henderson Police Department.
Okay. How long have you worked in that capacity?
Total almost 15 years. I've been at Henderson for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for nearly 6 years prior to that.
And you mentioned crime scene analyst 2. What does that mean?
It's just a level, or the two specifically, or?
Yes.
It's a level. So in both Metro and Henderson, there are 3 tiers of crime scene analysts. At Henderson, they're classified as tech is the bottom, the lowest when you start out, then 1, and then 2. So I'm the top level crime scene analyst that Henderson has.
What is some of your background and training that you have done to become a crime scene analyst?
Sure. So I have 2 bachelor's degrees from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, one in criminal justice and one in psychology. Upon starting at Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department back in January of 2011, I started with a training course at an academy that was nearly 300 hours, so about 8 weeks-ish of training. Then after that, did a 12-week field training program where we're paired up with more senior crime scene analysts, and we investigate scenes with them until we progressively get to the point where we're on our own. And then in my nearly 15 years, I've taken upwards of 1,000 hours of different training ongoing throughout my career.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard from a crime scene analyst in this case, but can you just generally go over what some of your duties are?
Sure. So we respond to crime scenes where we identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence. So we use ways of doing that like photography, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, trajectory, and then we collect the evidence and preserve it so it can be processed or tested later if need be as well.
And you also impound evidence,
Correct.
Is that correct? So the items that you do locate, you undergo an impound process.
Correct.
What is that impound process?
So we package the items in their inner packages. So depending on the item, it depends on what type of packaging we use, a paper bag, a box, depending on its shape and size. And then we put that inner package, that individual package, we label it with the item number, the DR number or the event number associated with the case, with the date of the case, and also my P number and initials, so my identifying personnel number. And then that package is placed in a larger outer package, which then is sealed with red tape. I initial it and date it, so that way it can show that the seal has not been broken, no one else has gotten in and tampered with it. And then a label goes on the outside of that bare outer package to tell you what's inside the package.
So I assume when you're collecting evidence, obviously you and members of your team are wearing gloves.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that?
In order to prevent cross-contamination. I don't want to put my fingerprints, my DNA onto the item. Also safety for me. Some items we handle may be bloody, and I don't want to get that on myself as well. But it's in order to not cross-contaminate and leave anything behind that wasn't there naturally.
So I know you have 15 years of experience, but can you approximate about how many scenes you have documented? Are we talking
All
hundreds?
scenes entirety. We do everything from burglaries up to homicide. So we don't just do major calls. I honestly don't even begin to know what that number would be.
Safe to say hundreds?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
So then directing your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
What was the nature of the scene?
It was a search warrant reference a homicide investigation.
Okay. And was that location that you were assigned to 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it was.
What information did you have about the call?
I knew it was a homicide where the victim was located decapitated. And this residence was the house of, I believe, the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and that we would be serving a search warrant on it.
And did you arrive around 6:30 that night at that Porcupine Rim residence?
Yes, 6:34 was my arrival time.
And when you arrived at the scene, were people already there?
Yes.
Who was there?
The detectives were there. We also had Sergeant Kyle Slattery. We had, I believe, 6 detectives. Detective Ozawa, Detective Pappas, Detective Lina, Detective Christopher, Detective Skinner, and Detective Redsole.
So a handful of detectives, including
Correct.
yourself, correct?
I'm not a detective, but yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. So you get there, and the search warrant has already been obtained, signed off by a judge, and now is ready to be executed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you walk, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sort of the process of what happened when you got there with that search warrant?
Sure. With search warrants, my job largely is photography. So I take pictures of the scene, the residence as it is. So the detectives have not yet searched anything. The photos I take in the beginning are as the scene is when I arrive. So I go through and I photograph any vehicles that would be related and the residence, all the different rooms, closets, to document the scene as it was when we arrived before anything has happened yet.
So you mentioned photographs.
Yes.
I have in my hand here hundreds of photos, specifically exhibits 235 through exhibit 441. Did you have a chance to review these items prior to testifying today?
I did.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at this residence, correct?
Yes, they are.
And I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state is going to go ahead and move for the admission of these exhibits at this time.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
So you get to the residence. Did one of the detectives have anything in their possession that was documented?
Yes.
And what was that?
Detective Skinner had a black cellular phone.
And permission to publish, Your Honor. states 236. Is this that cellular phone that was with Detective Skinner when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything of note that you observed on this phone?
Yes, there was an area of apparent blood on the screen.
And did you ultimately collect a sample from that?
I did, yes.
And you went ahead and impounded that?
Correct.
Okay. And was it positive?
It was presumptive test positive using phenolphthalein, yes.
So can you walk us through what you do in that process of testing?
Sure, phenolphthalein is a product we use to determine if an item, an area swabbed, is potentially blood. So it's a presumptive test, not completely definitive. There are false positives, but it is a good indicator that this is likely blood. Also, with my training and experience, the appearance of the stain, reddish brown stain, also did appear consistent with blood. And then the results of the phenolphthalein test being positive indicated it was very likely blood.
So you essentially swab the area, is that
Yes,
right?
so we take a sterile cotton swab, almost like a Q-tip, put sterile water on it, and then rub it on to the stain. So I moistened the swab, rubbed the area of blood on the phone, and then I took an extra swab to be able to test it. That way I didn't ruin the swab that we were impounding. I took 2 swabs actually that I booked impounded with the blood, and then 1 extra one to test with the phenolphthalein to presumptively determine if it was blood.
And you mentioned that you did impound those items, and that would have been under, and you would have marked them under event number 12-15229, correct?
It was the first 2 digits are 23-15229.
Okay. Right. And obviously you observed the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing 239. Is that the front of the residence there?
Yes.
Were there vehicles at the residence when you arrived?
Yes.
And I think we can see it here, but there is a vehicle sort of in the driveway to the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a work truck in the front of the home.
Correct.
And then behind the work truck, kind of hard to see in this photo, but there is another vehicle parked to the right part of the driveway.
Yes.
And did the search warrant also include, states 241, a search of this work van here?
Yes.
Okay, and it was searched.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found inside that vehicle?
No.
States 242, were these vehicles searched as well?
Yes. Well, the one on the right, the Honda Civic.
Okay, and what about the one on the left then?
The one on the left is a Nissan Armada. It was locked and it was sealed and then towed to our secured garage at the Henderson Police Department. It's our crime scene garage, and it was searched later with a different search warrant.
Anything of evidentiary value that you know of in either of these vehicles found?
I do not know about the Nissan Armada, but I do know the Honda Civic was searched on scene where I was present, and no, there was nothing of evidentiary value in the Civic.
Showing 265, what do we see here?
So to the right on the screen there is the front entry door. So that's the main entrance door into the house. And this is the front formal room. It's also connected to the formal dining room.
And sort of near the door to the right of this photo, do we see sort of a shoe rack there?
Yes.
And on that shoe rack, did you locate any black Nikes with a swoosh, white swoosh on them?
No.
Publishing 267, what is this here?
That's a different angle of that same room. So again, on the right, you see the couch, and on the left is the dining table where the family room meets up with the formal dining room area.
268, what do we see there?
That's a close-up of one of the larger seats or couches in the room, the living room.
And then I'm specifically sort of pointing towards the left of the center chair. Those items there, were those, did anyone look at those?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some types of swords.
276, what do we see here?
That's a photograph of the kitchen in the residence.
Okay. And this kitchen was searched thoroughly, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 277, what do we see here?
That's a picture of me standing in the kitchen looking out to the dining nook and then the living room. That's a different one than the front entry, the family room. This is the living room.
And then when you were searching the kitchen, you didn't find any sort of murder weapon, anything with blood on it, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
278, what is this?
That's the master bedroom. That's on the first floor of the residence.
And then 279.
It's a different angle of the same master bedroom.
And 280.
Same, just another angle of the master bedroom.
288.
That's the master bedroom looking into the attached master bathroom.
And then we have 289.
That is the master bathroom, and then the master closet is off the bathroom there.
291.
And that's one of the pictures of inside the master closet.
And then 291A.
That is the other half of the master closet.
And in the closet, anywhere in the home, were any black Nikes with a white swoosh found?
No, we did not locate any.
Publishing 295, what do we see here?
It's a picture of the laundry room.
And the laundry would have been searched, correct?
Correct.
296.
That's a linen closet, and I believe the door that goes out into the garage.
And then 297 then.
That's a close-up of the closet.
Okay. 299.
That is a picture of the garage, the 3-car garage.
And this area was thoroughly searched, correct?
Yes,
No murder weapons, nothing like that found inside this garage, correct?
correct.
307, what do we see here?
That's the second floor loft. It's like a playroom.
309,
That is a linen closet, I believe, upstairs on the second floor.
then 311,
That's one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was set up as like an office area.
318,
That's a different bedroom upstairs. It was kind of a sewing storage room.
and what do we see inside this photo?
Appears to be a wedding dress or a white dress.
320,
That is the upstairs hall bathroom.
321,
That is the bathtub in that hall bathroom.
322,
That is one of the other bedrooms upstairs on the second floor.
and it looks like sort of on the head of the bed, some stickers on there, maybe
Yes.
childlike stickers?
Yes.
326,
That is a picture of the fourth bedroom upstairs.
looks like on the bedding, some sort of cartoon of sorts.
Yes, print, yes.
328,
Those are just photos of miscellaneous receipts that were located during the search warrant.
do you recall where they were located?
I believe the kitchen, but I'm not 100%.
Okay. 329,
That is a picture of the dressers in the master bedroom.
was there something located inside of one of these drawers?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a collection of plastic bags, 6 in total, with the inner one being knotted, tied in a knot, containing a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards and also the driver's license in the name of Jonathan Willette, and then a set of keys were tied in that inner plastic Vaughn's bag, grocery bag.
So then publishing 347, is that bag?
Yes, that's the inner, you can see the knot at the top, so that's the inner bag, and there were 5 other plastic bags around it.
344 are those extra bags that were around it?
Yes, that's the clump of all of it.
Okay. And then 348, is that the wallet and keys you mentioned?
Yes,
And then 349, the driver's license you mentioned.
correct.
And whose name is on that driver's license?
Jonathan James Willette.
Inside of the bedroom as well, states 330. What do we see here?
That's a BB gun.
And then 331.
That is the nightstand, if you're looking at the bed on the left side, and there's a Glock 19X semi-automatic firearm, 9mm, in that top drawer.
Showing you 334. Were there some writings found inside the master bedroom as well?
Yes,
And same with 335,
yes,
336.
yes, that's a close-up.
Okay. 337, sort of a notebook with writings, correct?
Correct.
338, another writing.
Yes,
339, another writing.
yes.
Inside the garage, states 353. Did you locate a bag with something inside?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
So that red bag was found on top of those trash cans in the garage, and there were 2 Ring cameras, security cameras, that were located inside that red bag.
So then states 356. Is that a close-up of that red bag?
Yes,
And states 355. Are those Ring cameras you mentioned?
yes, they are.
Showing you. States 360. What do we see there?
That is the bed in the master bedroom with a blue and gray striped dress laid out on top of it.
362.
That is a receipt.
Then looking at 366, what do we have here?
That's a mini backpack purse that was located on top of the bed in the master bedroom.
And states 363, something of evidentiary value found inside that purse?
Yes.
And what was it?
A social security card in the name of Jonathan Willette.
And you found other electronics inside that bedroom as well, correct?
Yes.
There were several.
Yes.
And those would have been collected as well.
By detectives. I did not collect them. I photoed them.
And you mentioned several writings that were collected in this case, right?
They weren't collected, they were photographed.
Thank you. They were photographed. Showing you states 394. Was this located as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see toward the card underneath Jonathan's social security card there?
Appears to be a business card in the name of Devin J. Michaels as a realtor.
And again, some devices were located.
Correct.
In an abundance of time, I'm not going to go through each one of those. Members of the grand jury will have these. $413, what is that?
2 debit cards.
Showing you $414. What does that depict?
That's the upstairs hall bathroom, so that's the sink vanity area, and underneath in the cabinets was a safe.
And $415, is that just a close-up of that same safe?
Yes.
And you located items inside of the safe, correct?
Yes.
$416, what do we see inside the safe?
That's a 9mm 6-hour handgun. Looks like live ammunition as well as extra magazines, and maybe a magazine and a speed loader.
And you would have documented the backyard as well, correct?
Yes.
422, 423. And then, did you take photographs of the female that was there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And publishing 424, is that the female that you photographed?
Yes.
And you knew her to be Devin Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 425, what do we see there?
That's just the back of her.
426.
Those are close-ups of her hands.
And we see sort of a ruler here. What is that?
That's called an ABFO scale. It's just a scale to show the general size of items.
States 427. What do we see there?
That's just more of a close-up of her other hand, again with the scale.
428.
And those are the pictures of the palms of her hands.
Did you also take a picture of a male that was there?
I did, yes.
And that was Deviere Willette, correct?
Correct.
Showing 429. Is that the front picture of him?
Yes.
430.
His back.
431.
Those are, again, the same style pictures of his hands.
Do you notice any cuts on his hands or anything like that?
No, he had no apparent injuries.
Oh, no bruising, nothing like that,
No.
correct? 432.
And those are his palms.
Same thing, no injuries there, correct?
Correct.
When you were taking pictures of Miss Michaels, what was her demeanor like?
I honestly don't recall too much.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I don't. Nothing stands out to me one way or another.
Same thing with Deviere, correct?
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention then to August 9th of 2023, did you assist in collecting an item back at that 2698 Palladura Drive?
Yes.
And did that include black boxers?
I believe they were gray.
Okay. But they were boxers
Yes, boxer
nonetheless,
shorts.
correct? And those were located on top of a couch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was inside of sort of that recessed, informal makeshift bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Then on August 15th of 2020, and you collected those and impounded them, correct?
Correct.
On August 15th of 2023, you then returned to the 5510 Porcupine Rim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were there to collect and document some more items with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took photos of cleaning products that were located in cabinets, correct?
Yes.
A pair of blue cloth shorts in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes.
And a pink tank top in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes, the first
All
one.
impounded
I did not impound the cleaning products or the tank top, but I did collect and impound the blue shorts.
under that same event number that we discussed.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, just one moment. Good morning.
Hi.
You were shown hands of both Deviere Willette photographs and Devin Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Were those all the photos that you took of both of these people's hands, front and back?
I don't believe so. In general, those photographs. I typically take pictures of the two together, the two flipped, individual more of the left, individual more of the right.
Okay. And you were asked questions as to whether or not you saw any injuries on Mr. Willette's hands?
Correct.
In your testimony that you signed that?
Right. There were no apparent injuries that we noted.
You were not asked questions concerning Ms. Michaels' hands? Same questions, no injuries, front or back, correct?
Correct. I didn't notice any injuries to her hands either.
You testified that you arrived at the Porcupine residence, I think you said 6:34 p.m.?
6:34 p.m. was my approximate arrival time, yes.
And you generated a report in reference to the efforts that you took through the course of this investigation?
Correct.
You authored 2 reports?
For this entire,
The Porcupine residence?
for the first Porcupine Rim search warrant, 2, a main crime scene report and then an evidence impound report.
Okay. Did you author any other reports in reference to your analysis or the collection of evidence at the Porcupine residence?
There would have been a biological stain presumptive test form, which is a form we fill out regarding that phenolphthalein test, the presumptive test for the blood, that documents the lot number and the expiration of the specific phenolphthalein batch that I used, and whether or not that presumptive test came back positive or negative.
Okay. The report that you authored concerning this search on August 7th, Porcupine residence, it's 2 pages and then a signature page, correct?
Just depending on how you print it out, but yes, that's how it printed out for me as well.
Okay, obviously you reviewed that in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Because you, as you've testified, you have been involved in at least hundreds of crime scene analysis, documentation of such, correct?
Yes.
And yours. We'll go through this. Are these all the exhibits?
There's some right here too.
Okay. Are those all the exhibits that were taken at the Porcupine?
Between those two, yes. Yes, they have it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go through it. Okay. You were asked questions specifically concerning tennis shoes, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony is that you didn't photograph, didn't collect any evidence concerning tennis shoes? Black
That
tennis
we did not locate the specific shoes she was describing.
Are these specific shoes that you've given testimony concerning, that you now say that you were looking for, is that documented in your report?
That we did not find shoes?
That you were looking for?
I don't document what we were looking for, no.
Okay, but you just gave testimony concerning what you said you found or didn't find, correct?
I gave testimony saying what I photographed and booked.
Okay. Did you have a list of things that you should be looking for?
No, the detectives are the ones who pretty much dictate the search. I'm there largely as a photographer, and then I collect the evidence that we locate. So the detectives are the ones that know what they're looking for.
Were there any black shoes that you located at that residence, black tennis shoes?
Perhaps we could go through the photos and look, but nothing that I specifically photographed.
You don't recall photographing a shoe holder near the front door?
I do, but I don't want to testify officially without examining the photograph that there were black tennis shoes on there, because that was not something that I specifically documented.
Do you recall specifically capturing a photo of black tennis shoes in a closet?
Again, no, I took overall pictures of the closet, and then I photographed the items the detectives locate and deem of note. I then photographed those more closely.
It's your testimony that you reviewed, and I believe it was the first exhibit under this pile that was published to the jury concerning a work van, correct?
Yes, there was a Nissan cargo van parked up front.
And you testified that there was nothing of evidentiary value contained within that van, correct?
Correct.
Did you photograph the contents of the van?
I did.
Power tools in the van?
I'm not sure we can look at the photographs, but I just took overall pictures of the inside of the van.
Any saws found in that van?
Again, I'm not sure.
But nonetheless, it's your testimony that there was nothing in the van that was of evidentiary value.
Correct.
You were shown pictures of 3 samurai swords.
I believe there was 3, but yes, of swords.
Did you pull out the swords?
Yes, the detectives did.
Did you photograph the blades?
I'm not sure if the blades were photographed or not, but if there was anything like blood or any type of item of note on there, we would have photographed it.
Were these samurai swords wiped for anything of evidentiary use? DNA testing, fingerprint testing, anything like that?
Were they swabbed? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were aware that this case involved a decapitation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the manner or means in which this decapitation may have occurred, or how?
No.
But nonetheless, you're going through this investigation, making determinations what's of evidentiary value or no, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you, as you sit here today, and it'll be borne out in the photographs, you don't recall photographing the actual swords other than they're on the ground, correct?
I have a more close-up photo of them. I don't know if I photographed them unsheathed.
Okay, but it's clear you didn't collect anything from them
Correct.
for further submission.
Correct.
You don't recall photographing a sawzall or a saw in that work van, correct?
Correct.
Or submitting anything for any secondary tests, correct?
Not from anything in the van. Correct.
You make reference to some soft scrub bleach located in the laundry room of this Porcupine residence, correct?
Yes.
And you felt that was of evidentiary value?
The detectives told me to specifically photograph this bottle of bleach.
Soft scrub, that's a fairly common household item, is it not?
I can't testify to I don't have it at my house, but it's a,
Soft scrub, I mean, you've heard of it, you know of it, correct?
I don't know that I've well versed on brands of bleach, but I was not shocked by seeing the brand.
Common occurrence, I
guess.
mean, fair to say these hundreds of crime scenes, I mean, people have soft scrub at their house, correct?
Like I said, I can't testify to who has it, but I'm sure people possess soft scrub bleach, yes.
What do you use?
I have Clorox bleach or the Walmart brand,
Okay.
but I just have liquid bleach.
Fair to say, no blood, anything indicative of blood contained within the house, correct?
Just on the cellular phone that was in possession of Detective Skinner.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, that's all we saw.
In reviewing the Armada, did you take pictures of that?
Just on the exterior, because it was locked, and we did, like I said, sealed it and then towed it to the crime scene garage, where it was then processed for a crime scene analyst at a later date.
Okay, so you're unaware of any results or the lack thereof of any blood or anything of that?
Correct. I don't know what was inside the Armada.
Through your review of the house, you found no signs of blood on any clothing or anything else for that matter,
Correct.
Nothing found in any trash cans of that nature,
Correct.
correct? Have the court's indulgence just one moment. I don't have any more questions as witness. Thank you very much.
Nothing for the speaker.
Okay, so your responsibility or excuse.
Thank you.
Very much for your testimony here today. State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Stephanie Yagi?
Okay, cancel the first while she's coming in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Amen. Doctor, could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 3 years.
What is it that you do on a day-to-day basis at the medical examiner's office?
So my role, my primary role at the medical examiner's office is going to be determining cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
How do you go about examining a deceased person that comes into your office?
So to determine cause and manner of death, oftentimes we will do a medical type of examination, and one of which is an autopsy.
Are you trained in conducting autopsies?
Yes.
Can you please describe your education and training in order to do what you do?
As a medical examiner, I am a medical doctor. I have my degree and I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Nevada. I am also board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And if you didn't say already, how long have you been conducting autopsies with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 3 years.
You mentioned the terms cause and manner of death.
Yes.
What is a cause of death?
So a cause of death is going to be a natural disease or traumatic injury that ultimately leads to cessation of life.
Do you conduct autopsies to determine cause on every single death within Clark County?
No.
Which do you focus on when it comes to autopsy specifically?
So our office, again, is responsible for conducting medical examinations on any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious thereof deaths.
Can you give a couple of examples of causes of death?
Sure. So causes of death might be something like hypertensive cardiovascular disease, which is high blood pressure, blunt force injuries due to motor vehicle accident, something like gunshot wounds.
Is there a difference between a cause of death for your purposes and the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the mechanism of death is more what's happening inside your body, so the pathophysiology of our particular disease process or traumatic injury, where a cause of death is going to be the overarching event that led to death.
You also mentioned the term manner of death. What does that mean?
Manner of death is how the circumstances of the death arose. It's a categorical determination, of which we have 5. So those are going to be a natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
When it comes to homicide, what does that term mean?
For us, homicide is death at the hands of another.
And what does the undetermined manner mean?
Undetermined is for situations where we can't make a determination. So it is either unknown or we can't determine between one or more other mechanisms or manners of death.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In your prior testimony, you mentioned the term autopsy, and I think I glossed over it. What does an autopsy actually entail?
So an autopsy is a medical type of examination. It has multiple parts, the first of which is going to be an external examination. So we look at the body. We document any identifying features, eye color, hair color, tattoos, any external trauma or injuries that we can see with our eye. Then we'll move on to an internal examination where we open the body in a surgical-like fashion. We again inspect the internal organs for things like natural disease or trauma and injury. The autopsy also includes ancillary testing such as like toxicology testing. We can do imaging like x-rays. We can get other consultations as we see fit, as well as look at tissue under the microscope if needed.
And I would presume that every autopsy is a bit different and determinative of what types of testing you're going to conduct.
Yes, so we perform these things on a case-by-case basis.
I want to bring your attention back to August 8th of 2023. On that date, did you receive a body ultimately identified as Jonathan Willette?
Yes.
And was that your work documented under Clark County Coroner's Office case number 23-04811?
Yes.
What was the condition of John's body and how did you receive it?
So the body is received at our office in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, the body undergoes forensic processing and goes through the autopsy procedures that I've previously discussed. At the time of the external examination that I performed, there was absence of the head of Mr. Willette's body.
While the autopsy process is occurring, are you or other staff photographing the body?
Yes, photographs are taken at every step of the process of the autopsy examination, which are done by our forensic technicians.
Those forensic technicians, do they go hands-on with the body at any point during the process?
Yes, our forensic technicians are actually responsible for moving the body and eviscerating the body, which is, again, doing the internal examination or internal dissection portion of the exam.
Do those forensic technicians work in tandem? Do they work alone? What is the common process?
The forensic processing is usually done by the forensic technician in singularity prior to the exam, and during the exam, we do work in tandem with the forensic technician.
Weird question, but I have to ask it. What percentage of your forensic techs are female?
Currently at this time, 100% of our forensic technicians are female.
And is it common for those female forensic technicians to flip bodies on their own?
Yes.
All the time?
Quite often.
In this particular case, you and forensic techs documented the process of the autopsy and have moved for the admission of 464 through 494 charge.
Any objection to this?
No, Your Honor.
That will be admitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with 464, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Willette as received in the body bag.
465, is that his lower body?
Yes.
What are these items on his hands?
These are bags to conceal possible trace evidence that are placed on the body at the scene.
During this process, do you measure the body?
I personally do not, but the body is measured, yes.
Yeah, and when I say you, I sometimes mean the team. Somebody in the process measures the body, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, what were the body's measurements?
The length was measured at 68 inches and the weight 169 pounds.
So his body as received is 169 pounds, correct?
Correct.
I would presume it would be more if his head was attached.
Yes.
Do you know the average weight of a human head?
Probably on the line around 10 pounds.
Okay. During your external examination of the body, what general things did you notice?
So, as previously stated, there was the absence of the head and upper neck, as well as there was some changes to the front side of the body that were consistent with some kind of chemical type burns.
Okay. Back to 464. If you could point to what you mean by chemical type burns.
So all along the front of Mr. Willette's body, we have changes of the skin, which again are consistent with a more chemical type burn.
Are all of the changes or the discoloration in the skin we're seeing those chemical burns, or is there something else going on?
There is additional to the burn type pattern. There's almost like a diamond weave type pattern that you can see on predominantly the chest, which is actually consistent with the pattern that was seen on the mattress where Mr. Willette's body was found.
Okay. Ma'am, what is lividity?
Lividity is the postmortem pooling of blood in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
And what is slippage?
Slippage is a term that we use for the appearance that the skin can show when there's separation of the top layer of skin that happens.
Okay. Does that typically happen post-mortem?
Yes.
Showing you the front of John's right arm. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this looks like to be an area of some postmortem changes, which could be, as previously described, some area of skin slippage.
When it comes to lividity and these postmortem changes that occur to a body, is it possible for you to establish a time of death based upon that?
Sometimes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So there are a lot of factors that we need to evaluate for determining time of death. Most of these factors are highly variable, which includes things like the actual decedent's natural state of health. In addition to that, the environment that the body is found, things like heat, humidity, et cetera, as well as any external factors or the environment, such as water or air or soil that the body is found in.
Not to mention, you're typically not conducting an autopsy immediately after death, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I believe you did it on August 8th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so do you have an opinion as to John's time of death?
No, our determination on time of death is, again, highly variable, and it would have to be given within a range of time based on the state of the body. In this particular case, it would probably be within a half day or hours.
States 472. Oops. Is this John now laying on what would be his belly?
Yes.
Is there an anatomical or I guess a forensic term for that?
Prone?
So he is prone with belly down now, correct?
Yes.
What is this kind of discoloration we're seeing on the side?
This could potentially be an area of liver.
What's liver?
As we previously discussed, blood pooling in the gravity-dependent or areas of the body.
What does this tell you about John and his circumstances of his death?
At one point in time, he may have been face down or face up. This is a lateral aspect of the body, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Showing you 473. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the neck region of the body.
From the back?
Yes.
474, same position basically?
Yes.
Now with the ruler? Did you or your forensic techs clean up John's body?
Yes, the forensic technicians.
Before I move on, did you notice anything about the blood that was abnormal? Is this normal, the coloring?
I can't tell anything from this photograph.
475, what are we looking at here?
So this is now a cleaned up photograph of that same area, the neck region from the back.
Is there anything notable to the back of the neck?
Yes.
What is that?
So in this photograph, you can see that there are some superficial incised wounds that are somewhat parallel to the main area of defect at the neck here.
476, is that a little bit closer on those areas that you were describing?
Yes.
What does this tell you, if anything, as a forensic pathologist?
This may indicate there were previous attempts to use a sharp force injury in this area.
Previous to the decapitation itself?
Yes.
Did you document John's hands?
Yes.
478, is that his right hand?
Yes.
479, another angle of his right hand?
Yes.
480, same thing, another angle?
Yes.
481, inside of John's right hand?
Yes.
Did you observe any bleeding injuries to his right hand?
No.
482, is this John's left hand?
Yes.
483, also his left hand?
Yes.
Do you see these little things here?
Yes.
What do these appear to be to you?
Some type of callus or blister.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand?
No.
484, another shot of his left hand.
Correct.
485, the inside of his left hand.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Again, I would consider these blisters or calluses.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand at all?
No.
Did you observe any minor injuries to the rest of John's body, staying away from the head and neck?
Yes, there are a few contusions or bruises to the extremities.
When you say a few, how many do you mean?
At least 3.
Were those minor in nature, meaning not very apparent?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now another kind of graphic photo. 466. Can you reorient us?
Yes, so again, this is a photograph of the neck region, and now the body is on its backside.
Can you just describe what you're seeing in this photograph?
Sure. So there is a kind of irregular defect that has resulted in a complete decapitation of the body.
When you say irregular defect, can you provide any further context to that?
The surface of the wound looks kind of ragged. It doesn't look straight.
468, are we now looking down into essentially what would be John's neck?
Yes.
What did you observe during your internal examination of this portion of the body?
So on the internal examination, anatomically or just by looking at it, this wound did not appear to be ante-mortem. It appeared to be post-mortem, so made after death.
Okay. And how are you able to determine that?
So when the body is alive, there are some features that we can look at anatomically or with our eye, as well as microscopically, to indicate that there was a body's response to an injury. And I saw neither of those, again, grossly or microscopically in this particular case.
So to oversimplify it, the decapitation happened after he was killed.
Yes.
470, is this a side view of that same area?
Yes.
What type of surfaces or types of the body are actually sliced through when a decapitation occurs?
So in this particular case, we would consider this a complete decapitation. So there is transection through the soft tissues, which are like skin and muscle, as well as any vasculature that is within that soft tissue. In this case as well, the decapitation went through the spine. So both the bony parts of the spine as well as the spinal cord, as well as the structures in the neck. So again, the muscle, soft tissues of the neck, as well as kind of the throat area.
States 486, what are we looking at here?
So this is an internal photograph of that same area taken from the front side of the body.
What is the purpose of you eviscerating the skin and taking these photographs?
Well, as part of the autopsy examination, we examine all parts of the body, one of which is routinely the neck. So we would do this naturally in every case.
Did you see any evidence of strangulation with what was left of the neck?
No.
What would you expect to see in the event of strangulation?
So in some strangulation cases, findings that are suggestive of that would be intramuscular hemorrhage of the anterior neck muscles, as well as sometimes we can have fracture of the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck.
And is the hyoid bone in this particular case gone?
Yes.
So you weren't able to examine the hyoid bone, but you didn't see any of that hemorrhaging you just described?
Correct.
When it comes to eviscerating a body, is it common for you to use tools?
Yes.
Do you use mechanized tools or just hand power tools?
Both.
When you use mechanized tools, do you get blood splatter in your face?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Are there times in which there will be splatter?
Yes.
How so?
So if a saw is being used and there is active bleeding, say within the brain or within the head, sometimes as part of the technique of taking off the skull cap, blood could splatter.
When there's active bleeding inside the head?
Yes.
Okay. If someone is dead, how is there active bleeding inside the head?
Well, there is blood within the cranial cavity, and the sheer mechanism of the saw can splatter blood.
Got it. When it comes to the autopsy process, is there ever a time in which you need to decapitate a body?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing that you actually would have to do.
No.
And so in this particular case, did you use tools to take some items out of John's body to forward onto someone else?
Yes, tools were used.
What type of body parts are you removing?
So as part of this particular examination, segments of the cervical spine were removed for a forensic anthropology consultation.
Okay. States 488, is that one of the sections?
Yes.
And
488 or 48?
488.
48, okay.
And 489, is that the same section? Was it one section you took or multiple?
Multiple cervical vertebrae were taken out.
States 490, are those the cervical vertebrae that were taken?
Yes.
And 491, what is this little piece here?
I don't know.
Okay. Was this obviously removed from the body
Yes.
and provided to the forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Jennifer Burns?
Yes.
Why is it that you need to enlist the assistance of Dr. Burns?
So a forensic anthropologist can help us. Well, she can look at the bones that were removed from the body and possibly do studies, either by eye or with the use of microscope, to see what kind of marks were left on those bones.
And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Once that is done, do you receive her report back?
Yes.
And after that, is it that coupled with a bunch of other stuff that you make your ultimate cause and manner determination?
Correct.
And you mentioned toxicology earlier, 492, what is this?
No, this is a urine drug screen cup.
493,
Same thing, just different side.
494, same thing?
Yes.
Did you send those items out for testing as well?
Yes, we sent multiple samples for official toxicologic analysis.
And what were the results associated with John's tox analysis?
So in the peripheral blood, ethanol or alcohol was detected, as well as caffeine and I believe cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine. Those items were also detected in the urine and gastric contents.
Was there a low level of marijuana?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, and its metabolites were also detected in the peripheral blood.
And was there findings associated with GHB?
Yes, so in addition, in the heart blood, GHB, which is gamma butyric acid, was also detected at a low level.
What kind of scientific explanation is there for the GHB?
So GHB is a chemical that can be endogenously produced, which means our body naturally produces it. And at the level that was detected through the toxicology report is consistent with natural levels of GHB.
Okay, so we all have GHB in our bodies?
Yes.
So the level found here is not as though he ingested some drug. It's actually consistent with naturally occurring levels in our body.
Yes.
And you mentioned alcohol was found in his body.
Yes.
What was the level with association to that?
In the peripheral blood, I believe it was 29 milligrams per deciliter.
And does that, I guess, is there a percentage or a decimal that's associated with that?
Yeah, so that would equate to like a blood alcohol level of 0.029.
And are you legal with?
0.08.
Okay, and that's considered legally drunk?
I guess so.
Okay, well, 0.02 is a relatively low level.
It's below the legal driving limit, yes.
Are there post-mortem changes that occur that could affect the level of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, there could be.
And how would that potentially affect the level?
So as the body decomposes, the microbes that are in our body actually also produce alcohol. So in advanced decomposition cases, there could actually be alcohol detected that wasn't necessarily in the body at the time of death, or could falsely elevate the level that is detected.
Okay, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but at the time of John's death, he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.02 or less.
Yes.
It wouldn't be higher.
Correct.
Ultimately, did you make a determination as to John's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicidal violence.
What does that mean in your world?
So it's a term that we use in forensics to indicate that there is no anatomic cause of death that is identified at exam. There's no toxicological cause of death that is identified. And the circumstances surrounding the death are objectively suspicious. So in this case, there is a postmortem decapitation.
Had a blunt force injury to his head killed John, is it fair to say that you would need his head to make that legal determination?
Yes.
Okay. That you never received his head up until today's date?
Correct. There was no head available for evaluation.
And ultimately, what did you determine was John's manner of death?
Homicide?
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, was Your Honor going to take over? Were you going to take it?
No, we're gonna finish our for lunch.
Okay. Good afternoon. Ma'am, in reference to your testimony concerning lividity, start with that, the beginning of your testimony. Just walk through this. You're not able to give any opinion as to the position that this body was in when this person was decapitated, correct?
Correct.
Can't say if the body had been moved or anything like that based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
You're unable to say whether the body was face down or face up when the decapitation occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
In reference to the wounds that you had testified concerning, you had said that they may indicate a pre-attempt to decapitate. Do you recall that?
Previous.
Okay, a previous.
Yes.
Could have been a post, though. I mean, you can't say for sure one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
So that's an assumption.
Yes.
At this point in time, on August 8th, when you conducted this examination, approximately how many autopsies did you perform?
At that time, I would estimate maybe 500-600 autopsies.
Okay. How many years had you been conducting autopsies when you conducted this autopsy?
2023. 2 years.
2 years. However, due to these, perhaps can we say out of the ordinary circumstances, this was sent to a Dr. Burns. There were tissue samples and things sent to Dr. Burns. Fair to say, the anthropologist?
The bones were sent, yes.
The bones were. You had testified that you were unable to approximate the time of death other than half a day, something like that, correct?
Yes, a large range of time.
Large rate, okay. So you couldn't say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock the previous day, could you?
That's correct.
When the body is examined and further dismembered, the body is refrigerated, correct?
Yes.
At what temperature is the body when you examine it? Just give or take.
At the time of examination, room temperature.
Okay, but previous to the examination.
While refrigerated? Or-
Yes. When it's brought, why don't we go through the process
Sure.
a little bit? The body is brought to the coroner's office, correct?
Yes.
Where is it placed?
The body is then placed in our refrigeration area. Yes.
Okay, and this refrigeration area, kind of like you see in the movies, has bodies, trays, things like that?
Yes, there are other bodies.
And what temperature are those refrigeration units where the bodies are stored?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Cold enough to preserve the bodies, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say just above freezing?
I can't say.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know.
You were asked questions concerning through the course of your examinations, these autopsies, limbs, other things are severed, correct?
Sorry, can you
They
repeat the
can be.
question?
I mean, you were asked on direct. At times, there's a necessity to cut a body, correct?
Yes.
And these cuts are generally made by yourself, the coroner.
No, not always.
Who are they made by?
So our forensic technicians assist us in the evisceration portion of our examinations.
And during this evisceration portion, the bodies have just been brought from the refrigerators or the cooling, freezing devices, correct?
Yes, in our storage area.
Fair to say then you're not going to have cast off or splatter because the blood contained within the cadaver is very cold, correct?
Well, the heart is also not beating, so we don't have spurting blood.
We're not talking, we'll get to that. But as far as, obviously you'll agree with me that there's a congealing mechanism when the body is refrigerated, correct?
Blood can clot, yes.
And this evisceration of the body occurs sometime after the death generally, correct?
Yes.
It can be perhaps like a day, in this case, 2 days, 3 days, multiple days, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a body now that has obviously been dead for some period of time in conjunction with this element of refrigeration, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me then that when the tools are used, and you'll agree with me that these tools that are used are designed to cut through tissue, bone, things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're made to sever limbs or sever necks, things like that, correct?
Yes.
So when you're using these specialized instruments made for the dismemberment of a body, it's done with a special instrument, it's done when the body's been refrigerated, it's been done sometime after the person has been deceased, correct?
In my experience, yes.
Let's turn our attention to the facts and circumstances of this case, okay?
Okay.
Let's say a person is decapitated a fairly short time after that person or upon that person being killed, okay? You'd expect that if the neck is severed or the body is severed from the head, there's going to be fresh blood, correct? Perhaps if the person is dead and the heart's not beating, but we have liquid blood, correct?
I would expect there to be blood, yes.
Let's say a sawzalls are used or some other electric saw. Fair to assume that we're going to have some blood if this head is being severed, correct?
Possibly.
Closer in time to death, the more likely that we're going to have blood that's able to be cast off, correct?
Possibly.
And we're not talking about a slight possibility, we're talking about a real possibility, aren't we?
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Okay, what part of my question is unclear, just so I can ask you questions so we can be on the same page.
Yeah, the specification of real possibility, I don't
Okay,
know.
you say it's possible. I mean, it's likely, correct?
Depending on circumstances, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting from a near possibility to a likelihood. This person is dead. This person is immediately decapitated with a non-specialized device. Likely we're going to have some cast off of blood, aren't we?
I wouldn't say yes to cast off. There likely is blood, yes.
And when we talk about likely blood, we're talking about basically the kinetic energy from a saw going back and forth. We're going to expect to see blood spatter, aren't we?
Possibly.
Likely, correct?
I have no experience in this particular situation,
Okay.
so I can't give my opinion as to that.
So when you're asked questions concerning when you're doing this in the very controlled circumstances of an autopsy, you can't really compare, so you can't really give an opinion, but obviously it's more likely there's blood that's going to be spit out or sent out if a person's being decapitated close in time to their death, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. You would agree with me that you can't say to any degree of medical certainty that this person was actually dead when this decapitation occurred, correct?
In my opinion, this decapitation was a post-mortem event. So yes, after death.
Okay. How close in time then? Do you know?
I do not know.
Today you've just testified that it's homicidal. Basically, the death was homicidal in nature, correct?
Yes.
I believe your term was homicidal violence.
Yes.
But you can't tell us how this person died, correct?
That is correct.
There had been questions concerning, is it the hyoid?
Yes, hyoid bone.
And that would indicate perhaps a strangulation, correct?
Yes,
However, in this case, you didn't have that bone to review, correct?
that is correct.
I mean, you can't say if this person died choking, correct?
Can you specify the nature of the choking?
Choked.
No,
You can't say then that could have happened, correct? That's possible.
that's possible. Yes,
This person could have had a pillow placed over his face, correct?
correct.
And then decapitated, isn't that right?
Correct.
This person could have been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't give an opinion excluding that, can you?
That's correct.
You were asked questions concerning any bleeding injuries on the body, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say at this point in time, this body wasn't bleeding, correct?
No active bleeding. Correct.
I mean, the head's off, it's not bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say, and you'll agree with me that, I mean, a decapitation is a fairly rare event in your line of work, as opposed to other manners of death, or
Yes.
would you agree with me that it would be difficult to effectuate a decapitation?
I don't know. I have never attempted one myself.
Okay. Based upon the physicality of this, I mean, there's a number of things that are involved, correct?
Yes.
We have the blood system, the veins, things of that nature in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that person is dead or not. I mean, we have what, the aorta veins? Big veins, correct?
The aorta is not in the neck.
I'm sorry, the heart, but I mean the neck. We have the
Carotid.
carotid, that's a fair amount of blood there, correct?
Yeah, can be.
Dead or not, correct?
Well, if they're dead, there's no blood in the carotids.
Okay, so they're saying, let's say that person died shortly before or at the time of decapitation, there's going to be blood in your carotid arteries, correct?
There might be.
Okay. And if those carotid arteries are severed, we're going to expect cast off from the blood contained within the carotid arteries, correct?
If the person is dead, no.
Okay, so let me say, in the arteries, is there going to be blood? And we're not talking a person that's been dead for days. We're talking minutes, perhaps.
Yes, there may be some residual blood.
Okay, in this residual blood, if those arteries are cut with a power tool, we're going to expect there's going to be some form of cast off, correct?
There may be, yes.
The musculature, obviously that would have to be severed, correct?
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of musculature in the human neck, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the neck contains a fairly complex arrangement of tissues, major blood vessels, trachea, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
The vertebrae in this case were severed,
Yes.
as well as the thick ligaments connecting such, correct?
Yes.
We also have the spinal column that would have to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's fairly a lot, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about a big cut, aren't we?
Yes.
Dense ligaments, cartilage, correct? All that had to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
So this is fairly different than, let's say, a limb, correct?
That depends.
Okay, an arm. I mean, neck's a lot more going on there than an arm, correct?
Yes and no. There are still some of the same elements that you see in the neck and arm, including bones and soft tissues.
Okay. But would you agree with me that the neck is a more complex portion of the body than the arm?
Yes.
Obviously, you have the heart supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
So you have large arteries supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
In your report concerning the postmortem examination of the body of Jonathan Willette, you arrive at a conclusion that it was consistent with the use of two tools.
That was not my opinion personally. That was integrated from the forensic anthropologist consultation report.
Okay. But this was the report, and I'm referring to the autopsy report. You authored this report.
Correct, but I garnered that information from Dr. Burns's report.
You adopted. Do you have any reason to disagree with Dr. Burns's analysis?
No,
So then in your report where you incorporated Dr. Burns's conclusions, 2 tools, correct?
per her report, yes.
A hand-powered knife, correct?
I don't recall if the wording was knife.
And if I told you it says a hand-powered knife, would you have any reason to disagree
No.
with me? And a mechanically powered saw, correct?
Sure.
On your pathologic findings, in addition to the decapitation, you also found hepatic steatosis,
Correct.
and that is,
Fatty liver disease.
you were given, asked questions concerning the blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that was the blood alcohol content at the time of death?
Most likely, yes.
Would that blood alcohol content changed following the time of death?
It could. So as previously discussed in the postmortem interval, there is postmortem development or formation of ethanol that can be produced by the body's microbes.
So then it would be unfair to say what the blood alcohol content was actually at the time of death, fair to say?
Correct.
And also that person's blood alcohol content would have to be, you say at the time of death, but then we don't know what the time of death is, do we?
Not exactly.
We can't say it was 3 o'clock, 3:30, anything like that, can we?
No.
Now, it's possible, based upon your understanding the physiology of how we process alcohol in our bodies, this person may have had a much higher blood alcohol content, let's say at 1 p.m., correct?
Can you specify the time that you're using in relation to the question?
Okay. You were asked a question, this person's blood alcohol, 0.02, something, remember that?
Yes.
0.29 milliliters per milliliter of blood. You gave it an opinion concerning the blood alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But you'd have to know the time of death, correct? That's part of this analysis.
No.
Okay. My question to you now is, let's say the time of death is 3 o'clock, okay? Are you able to give us with an estimation? I won't hold you to it specifically, but can you give us an estimation of that person's blood alcohol at 2 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Can you give us the blood alcohol content at 1 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Midnight, you can't, can you?
No.
In addition to the alcohol that was in the blood, you also found evidence of THC, correct?
Correct.
And what was the level of THC in Mr. Willette's body?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Fair to say that the combination of both alcohol and THC affects a person's ability to drive a vehicle?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I'm not a clinical toxicologist. My patient population is very specific, and those patients have no clinical signs and symptoms at the time that I see them. So I cannot opine as to their behavior living with those certain levels.
Very, very fair to say. So I'll ask you a more general question. You'll agree with me that the combination of alcohol and THC cause a person to be more intoxicated?
I don't know.
And then thirdly, you had testified concerning the presence of GHB, correct?
Yes.
And you opined that that may be a result of just of natural antecedents, fair to say?
Yes, it's consistent with the level that we would naturally produce in our body.
But you can't give an opinion as to whether or not this person had ingested drugs or GHB specifically.
That's correct.
So this person may have, in addition to ingesting alcohol and marijuana, this person may have ingested GHB, correct?
Yes, possibly.
And again, the combination of these three substances would presumably lead to an intoxicated state.
It might. Again, I am not a clinical practitioner.
I could have the court's indulgence. Fine, brief question. Through the course of this dismemberment or evisceration, do you wear goggles?
I wear a face shield,
Okay, and that's because of cast off and things that you may get, correct?
along with other bodily fluids that we may encounter, yes.
Apron on, correct?
Yes,
For the same reason, to protect yourself from cast off of blood or other bodily fluids.
correct.
And again, the height of this autopsy table, what is the height?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it made for the ease of moving a cadaver?
Yes, so it can be moved up and down.
To ease in the flipping back and forth and such of the body, correct?
Also to help with our technicians who are varying heights. So they're the ones doing the evisceration. So we want everyone to be ergonomic and comfortable.
Understood, and to work together as a team to move the body, correct?
Yes, sometimes we do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did ladies and gentlemen here have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, Dr. you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. It's going to be a shorter than normal lunch recess because we are going to adjourn today at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to shorten lunch a little bit and then you get to go home early. You're welcome. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, call, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must
you.